All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Chat, what's up? How are you feeling? How are you guys? Hi. Hi, Nina. Aiden, Ram, Tama, Anastasia, Yusuf. Hello. Hello. Hello, hello. So fucking dumb. Oh my god. Sorry guys, I was looking at my stuff. So how are you all doing, guys? Thoughts, feelings, ideas? How are you? How are you today? How am I today? I'm good. I was actually feeling quite sick earlier. Generally very, very sick. I took a painkiller, now I feel better. So that's good. Very stressed exams are killing me. Don't give up, you got it. Physics exams tomorrow. Hope you're doing many sessions. I am doing a few sessions for sure. Not like a crazy ton of sessions, but I'm doing a few. Hey, hey. Yeah, good luck, guys. Definitely doing, I think, a decent amount of sessions. I don't want to drink a bit of coffee. I'll just have a sip, actually. Just a sip. I was feeling quite sick this morning. I woke up feeling not so great. And yikes. And the day continued not so great. But I have work to do, you know what I mean? So, gotta do what you gotta do, man. I would turn on the lights. So this is technically purple. Technically. Though I'm more like black in general. General color is black. However, this thing, the Discord logo, is technically purple. Right. This chair is actually low-key uncomfortable, not gonna lie. By low-key, I mean a lot uncomfortable, especially after a while. Well, it is what it is. How are you all doing, guys? Hello, hello. Being sick is not excuse, huh? I mean, look. I mean, depends how I was sick. It depends how sick. Because if you're like a little sick and you can work, then of course. But if you're like super sick and you basically can't like even get up, then we have a problem. You know what I mean? It's a big problem. You know, I actually think it looks a bit more bluish than purple. I don't know if it was on purpose, but I feel like they made the hoodie a bit more bluish than purple. So I'll give it a blue. Let's pick blue. This card is technically purple. Like the color they're going for is purple. But it looks blue to me. So let's make it blue. Paint the town blue. Yeah, you're right, but you know what really sucks when you can't get up, but you have to show up because there is no option. Depends, right? Depends. This chair is actually like good, but it gets a bit uncomfortable after a while. So I'm just gonna this. I mean, I know where you're coming from, where you're coming from, and I also understand it. And it's like, yes, like sometimes you don't really have an option. It's just showtime. You either do or don't. And that's it. And in those cases, even if you're sick, you might want to give it a try. But again, like, how sick? Like, if you can't even stand up. You know, giving it a try might harm you more than anything else. You know, let's say you have to give an exam. And of course, there's only one date. They're not going to care if you're sick or not. But let's say, like, you are really sick. I mean, really sick. Not like a fever or anything like that. Just, like, super sick. So much so that you're basically physically incapacitated. Like, there is, you know, it depends. It depends. Like, if it's just a medium to light sickness, you can give it a try. But then again, you can turn a medium sickness into something severe if you're reckless enough. So I'm not advising against any of that. Now, if you just have a sore throat or something like that, you believe you can manage, then, you know, go for it. But generally, I would say be careful, you know. To show anyway. I mean, usually on jobs and even at university, usually they do give you some time if you're sick, right? You just, like, for a job, you just call in and you're like, you know, I'm sick, can't really go. Because the thing is, if you're sick and you go to a class, you're also gonna make everybody else sick. It's not just reckless towards yourself, it's also very narcissistic and dangerous for others. So it's not cool. But of course, like you can go with a mask, I suppose, and then nobody gets hurt by your sickness. That's good. And of course, I subscribe 100% to the work even if sick idea, but only if, like, it's manageable. Like, I don't want to encourage anyone to push themselves when they should be resting. Like, there's time for resting and there's time for working. And if you don't manage that carefully, you can burn out very quickly. Something very bad can happen to you. And look, I am one that gets sick so easily. I get sick so easily, chat. It is so uncool. Like, genuinely. I am so annoyed by that. I just get sick. And it annoys me so much because, of course, I just want to be productive. And it fills me with fear as well. Because when you get sick as much as I do, you just start to wonder. Like, you feel like you need to have someone in your life, or like you need to be in company with someone, or otherwise it's like, what if I'm sick and I'm, like, completely alone? That's, like, horrible. If you don't feel like 100% independent when you're, like, someone that gets sick very often, it is just really, really annoying. on multiple levels. But regardless, I've been on the record studying and being sick at the same time. I've done that, been there, done that. You are the best. In Italy we have a saying, you are the best medic of yourself. I don't know if this is a thing in English as well, but in Italy we say that. And at the end of the day, you just gotta see and evaluate yourself, and you'll know better. I just want to encourage you to be wise and careful. What is your favorite book, Enrico? My favorite book, like all time? I really like The Divine Comedy, especially the manga adaptation of Gonagai. One of my favorite books of recent years. It's a manga though. Proper book, all time, like gut response without thinking too much. Instinctively, I think about like Aristotle, the rhetoric of Aristotle, but also like the Bello Gallico of Julius Caesar, really cool. Just gut response. If I have to think more carefully, I really liked Wuthering Heights by Emily Bront. No, I gave you just 3 books. If you're sick and you have exam, then it's better to rest. If you study, your condition might even get worse and you will end up doing worse an exam. Yes, exactly. Worse an exam, and also worse for yourself, because if you like could rest and heal, then you can study for another week. But if you push yourself while you're sick and you harm yourself even further, then you're gonna have to rest like 4 more days and lose half of that week that you could have studied if you rested. So it is like a gamble. You have to be careful. And some people have very serious sickness, sickness that could even be honestly life-threatening. So depends on the sickness too. If you don't take breaks, your body will. Yep. Very well phrased. Could have not said that better. If you don't take breaks, your body will. Yeah, that's right. How many minutes per session? I am down to do 50. I think I can probably do, so it's 4, almost 5. We could do 6 sessions. Maybe even more. I'm down to 6 plus. How much are we going to study? What do you guys think, chat? 50 or 60? What's the vibe? 50-10 or 60-10? You tell me. You tell me, guys. Yeah, also mental health is super important. 60, 50. I could do 60, but then it's very hard for it to be 6 sessions. Because that means much more time. A favorite novel? Wuthering Heights, probably definitely one of the novels that I like the most. It's such a cool story. It's like a romantic story where the romantic love doesn't even kiss. It's so romantic they don't even kiss. It's very hard to explain. It's a really cool novel by Emily Bront, one of my favorite writers of all time. I really like that story so much. Novel-wise, I would say that. That's the point. Pure romance classic. I am a hopeless romantic, chat. I am such a hopeless romantic. It is not good. I'm a hopeless romantic and yet I'm always single. Lamau. Lamau. And then I'm also super loyal. Like, I've never cheated on anyone ever in any relationship. There was a girl that I was dating recently, and at one point I kind of wanted a break, and so I told her, like, you know, I kind of want a break, and if you want to, you know, start another relationship with someone, you know, go ahead. I'll do the same. But I didn't really want to do it. It was more so me wanting to take a break. And I ended up not, you know, really do anything with any other woman because I just genuinely wanted a break, and I'm a very loyal person in general. But then the break was not a break. We just completely broke up. And this girl specifically, she is not a talker. Like, she does not talk. She does not respond. She's the kind of person that won't tell you the problem. She just doesn't talk. And so we started this break, and I guess that was a breakup because we never stopped it. It was supposed to be a momentary break. It turned into a permanent break. Am I a Scorpio? No, I'm a Capricorn. So it's kind of strange, chat, when I think about this relationship back, because I stopped it saying, you know, you can go and do whatever, you know, with other people. I ended up not doing anything with any other people because I'm a very loyal person. But, you know, our relationship ended anyway, you know? Not that I regret not doing anything with everyone else. I'm very proud of it because I'm a very faithful person. But sometimes I think it's ironic. Because I could have probably not said anything and not even taken a break, and it probably would have been fine anyway. Sometimes I feel like in relationships, I want to be honest to a fault. Like, I will say everything, like all the truth, and I think that's maybe I'm honest to a fault. Like, it will confuse people and harm people in a way that I don't want. And sometimes I feel like I should just shut up. So communication was the problem. Communication, chat, is actually like, I know this bring up a really important point. Communication is actually like, I think 70% of the reasons, like, I think there was like a statistic, why do couples break up? And communication is, I think, like 70% of relationships that end because of communication. It's almost always a communication problem. Oh my god, sending you all warm hugs. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Do you feel relationships as a distraction? I mean, relationship can 100% be a distraction. 100%. Especially if you're like very focused on your career. I've seen women and men. I've seen people in general. Just focus on career and basically not allowing themselves to have a relationship and be successful. I mean, I think I've done that to a degree. That's fine. I think it's if you want to focus on career, that's fine. It is a bit sad though. It is a bit sad because society 100% encourage this. society 100% encourages to basically go fuck relationships. I'm gonna focus on myself and my career. And so society 100% encourages this because everything is so expensive nowadays. Everything is so hard nowadays. It's very, very hard to have, you know, children and things like that. And so it's just like you're encouraged to not have a relationship, I feel like. And to see relationships as a distraction, which they can be. Relationships, real relationships are commitment. You still love her, then being faithful is valid, but if not, why are you holding up yourself from loving another person who deserves your love even more? I don't understand the message. What do you mean? Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. So you still love her. I see what you mean. You were doing like an hypothetical there. That's an interesting point. You still love her, then being faithful is valid, but if not, why you're looking yourself from moving another person deserves your love even more. The thing is, that's the thing. Like, it turns out I actually like really like this woman much more than I thought. And it was also funny because we were having conversation, and I would tell her, you know, I don't want to marry or anything like this, and I feel like she maybe wanted or was putting some pressure, and I would say, you know, I don't want to marry or anything like that, and she would be like, oh yeah, I promise you we'll never marry or something like that. It's like, what? That's not what I said. I don't think she actually really cared, to be honest with you guys. I don't think this woman really cared for me at all. I think it was more so for her. It was just like a flirtation. It was just, I feel like I was just like a toy, or like she liked me. She got to know me through the stream, so I think she liked my stream personality or whatever this is more than my actual personality, which is fine. Some people just want the streamer, not the person. I don't think this person actually like really loves me at all, but it was kind of funny because of it, because when I was faithful and I didn't do anything wrong, and I think it's very valid, like you said, Esma. But you know, it's over, you know, so at this point I can just start another relationship if I want to. I just don't really feel the need nor the inclination right now to have a... I don't think I can even have a partner right now, to be honest with you guys. I generally cannot chat because like life is just too complicated to have a relationship, to be honest. Like I have to find a job, I have to pay for like rent and things like that, live alone, start to live alone. That's already scary enough, and I feel like hard enough. And try to have a relationship as well while you do this. Whew. I don't think I can do that, to be honest. It's just so hard. It's just so hard, isn't it? I mean, to me, it feels just very, very hard. I would love to, but it's just very hard. If you meet the right person, but it's not a distraction, it depends, yes. I mean, yeah, I suppose if the person is right, yes, if the person is right, it will make it work. If the person is right, it won't feel like a distraction because she or he will understand that you need that time to be productive. Of course, you gotta be upfront and you gotta be honest. If it's right, it can work for sure. I don't know if I ever found someone that was actually right for me. I don't think. Every relationship that I had was lacking something, but I also think like you can't find the perfect person, you know, chat. So let's start. Yes, you know, I'm kind of enjoying talking with you guys right now, so I'm gonna give it 5 minutes. I'll give it 9. I'll give it 9. It's a bit long, but I'm really enjoying this conversation where it's going, so I'm gonna keep it up for a bit more. I don't think you can really have like a perfect relationship or anything like that. So you just gotta accept that. It is like a bit like that song, though. I don't know. Just honest question to the girls in chat. Do you ever like miss an ex-boyfriend like really, like genuinely, and you genuinely still feel like some level of love for them, even though you know nothing can really happen. What do I know? I'll retract that question. It was a bit of curiosity. Sometimes I feel that, but then I snap back at reality, and I'm like, okay, just look at reality. I feel like you're just projecting or idealizing or not really looking at reality straight. You know what I mean? And like, if it didn't work, it just didn't work. Our relationship is done in two, and you can't do that alone. Like, if someone is not talking, okay, it's just you in the relationship. Or like, if someone is, let's say, unfaithful, okay, that's a big problem. That's just me in the relationship again. And I'm just like doing like hypothesis here. I'm just like throwing stuff at the wall. But I think we gotta be real, right? We gotta be real. It's just so hard when you are. I feel like, for me personally, I don't know if it's just me, chat, but it's so hard for me to look at the relationship objectively while I'm in the relationship. I feel like this might be a little bit of a idea. How is it called? Is it called like good memory bias? There's this phenomenon in science, guys, that when you think memories, they are usually better than what they actually were. So when you think back at the past, it will look to you better and more idealized than what it actually was. And there's a name for this. I don't know if it's like memory bias or something like this. But often when I think about like exes, well, not all exes, but some people that I had a relationship with that were profound in my estimation, I think I tend to think about them better than they actually were. And then I just have to remind myself generally that I have to be realistic, that you gotta be realistic and not idealize stuff. And then other times it's just like that song, Let Her Go, as cheesy as that song is. Sometimes it feels like you really appreciate something only when you lost it. But that's even rarer, to be honest. I think I had like just one relationship in which I genuinely regret letting her go or so, or whatever, like that song. It's actually quite rare, even though to some degree everybody can feel that. I think you have to be realistic at the end of the day, and you can't focus on the past, guys. You got don't look back. If you can't take any advice from all this long spiel, don't look back, man. Don't look back. The past is the past. You can only work with together the present and tomorrow, the future. That's all you have. So don't lose too much time thinking about the past. Trust me on this one. Let me look at chat. I've seen a lot of long comments. Let's see what Eleanor is saying. And Esma say, I just had one relationship over 4 years now. It's over 1 year. It feels like a fever. Wait. I'm just gonna read out loud. I just had one relationship over 4 years now. It's over a year. It feels like a fever dream. I mean, you had a future with the person, but now there's nothing. But man, you get used to it. It feels like a fever dream. So you don't think about it fondly at all. It feels like something bad when you think back about it. Interesting. I mean, I had relationships like that. I suppose, again, it depends on the person, isn't it, right? Some people feel more like heaven, some people feel more like hell when you think back. But you get used to it, that's true. It feels weird sometimes. It's weird because I feel like when you are in a relationship, it's like I want to not be in a relationship. And when I'm not in a relationship, I feel like I want to be in a relationship. It's so weird. It's like a paradox almost. It's like you always want what you don't have, right? It's kind of weird in a way. Gawira, secondly, from a girl perspective, if the guy was extremely toxic, then we won't be missing him. But if that person hurt our moral value, then you might be missing the ex. If that person hurted our moral values, then you might be missing. What do you mean by that? That sounds like he was a jerk if he hurt your moral values. I'm enjoying this topic a little too much. Same. I'm enjoying this topic a little too much too, Eleanor. I welcome that thought, but disregard it immediately because I can't change anything. And okay, I welcome that thought, but I disregard it immediately because I can't change anything, and remembering it out my control. So I just accept and move on. Yes. Yes. I mean that's just the right way of doing it, right? If our relationship is ended, it's dust. Both of you, you know, basically understand it's over and don't want to try again or whatever. Just if it's over, it's over. Then yes, you just move on. And I think that's just generally any time. You just gotta do it. It is true. It is true. Sometimes I do catch myself thinking about these sort of things. I try to, you know, reframe myself, put myself into reality again and the present. You just can't change certain things. You know what I mean? You just gotta move on. We just got the present. It's kind of funny because this she would tell me the same thing, especially this one I'm thinking about. She was always so focused on the present. Every time I would bring her like some worries. I'm a very worrisome person. I get worried very easily. And I will tell her, but what will we do like in a year or something? Like what will we do on this and that? And she was always like, let's focus just on the present, just on the present. And it's right in general. I think the present is all you have, and you just gotta move on. You're right, Eleanor. There isn't a perfect relationship. A relationship have both sides, good ones and bad ones. Also the times you feel pain, but that's what makes it beautiful. Question mark. The pain? No, I don't think the pain makes it beautiful, but shared struggles can make it more beautiful. Like if you're facing struggles and pain together, then that sense of unity can make it more beautiful because you're just going through hardship together. And that's like the best scenario because it's much harder to go through a hardship alone. I mean, to a degree, we're always alone when we're facing problems. But to have someone next to you, it just makes it feel like you're not alone. And that can be very powerful, and it can be very relieving and very good. It can feel really, really good and can really, really help during tough times. 100%. It's really weird. I thought the person would stay in my life forever, but it was stupid to think it like this. I felt pain, but now I just look back and it's just a nice memory. Yeah, kind of weird. In my case, it's kind of the opposite. I actually thought like she would not stay in my life forever at all. I always approach it like, for this specific case I have in mind, and I won't make names, but for this specific case, I always approach it like, I don't think she's gonna be in my life forever at all. This is just like infatuation, or I don't know. I don't want to think too much. I'm just gonna stay in the present, see where this relationship goes. But I never thought like she would be in my life forever. There were actually some differences between us that were important, but aside from that, I never thought that. But then I think about it now, and I'm like, damn, I actually kind of wish I did. I wish like I went through this relationship thinking it could go on forever, because it could have worked. But I just took it more. I didn't take it as seriously. I didn't take it as seriously as I could have, and that's sad. But it is what it is. You gotta move on. That's why the song by Passenger reminds me of this. The sense of moral values, like the things matter to you as individual, but when you discuss with others. By the way, I was very honest. This was all said. I never said. I'm always very honest in a relationship when I start them, and so I was very transparent from the start. But then I think back and I'm like, damn, I actually wish I took it more seriously because it was very special. The sense of moral value is like the things matter to you as individual, but when you discuss with others, they might call you stupid for those. This sometimes let us question your life values. Wait, let me absorb this. This is a long message. These messages are like deep and complicated. I need to actually absorb them and like give it a second read. Oh, I see what you mean. The sense of moral values, like the things matter to you as individual, but when you discuss with others, they might call you stupid for those. This sometimes let us question your life values. I see what you mean. Well, I think that's a sign that you are like with the wrong person. Like if you have very important moral values and the other person is making you feeling stupid for them, I think he or she is not really respecting you. Now, it could be a joke, like maybe he or she does just do a joke that make you feel like she is treating you like the value is stupid. And you might, especially if you're sensitive, because often when you are believing something very deeply and you value it very highly, you're also prone to not listen. You're also prone to be sensitive about it and maybe even touchy about it. And if someone tries to push you a little bit, you get angry. It's like your moral value. And so I think there is a healthy conversation to be had there, in the sense of, because if you want to have like a truthful relationship with someone, you have to put your cards on the table, right, chat? Like you gotta tell them, okay, this is my value, this is what I want. What about you? And when you have this kind of conversation with people, it's bound, especially in the relationship, it's bound to create some level of conflict, because people are different and they want different things. Maybe you want to have a baby, she doesn't want to, or maybe you want like a longer relationship, you want to marry or whatever, and she doesn't want to, or whatever. Like it can be different things. It can also be more personal things, more like nuanced. These are more obvious. But definitely, like, to have that conversation, you have to be very honest, you have to be very truthful, you have to be very patient, and you also have to be very careful, because it's very easy to hurt the other person, very easy to hurt them. And if you make them feel like they're stupid, it's like you failed, you did a big mistake. And there's a time to laugh and poke at each other and mess with each other, but there's also time to be serious, you know what I mean? And if this person made you feel stupid, I think it was not good. It was not very respectful of you, because your value are your value. And then sometimes you also if you're very truthful, like if you're actually very truthful, sometimes maybe the other person will tell you something, and which makes you feel stupid at first, but then you generally rethink your inner values, and maybe they even change. But that's not because he or she made you feel stupid. It's just because he or she said something you didn't consider before, and that made you feel stupid, and that made you rethink your values. And that's valuable. It means he actually listened, he actually gave you, or she gave you feedback, and the feedback was actually so interesting that it made you rethink your own values, and that's pretty big. So it depends, of course. That's an interesting point, though. Let's see other thoughts. You guys are really like sharing a lot of interesting thoughts. I'm gonna see, let's see, Esma. Anastasia, I'll do Anastasia. One difficult thing about the relationship is thinking that the person might leave. That can be tricky. That can be tricky because it can be very tricky in many ways. It can make you scared, so much so that you squeeze the relationship too much, and the other person is like crushed by it, and he or she wants out. Or it could make you could be so uncaring, so not scared of losing the other person, that you just like leave the relationship completely, and he or she will just go away because he or she will understand you don't care at all. So that's like a question of balance in a relationship. There should be a certain level of I want you to be with me, but it shouldn't be too much, so much so that you're like controlling everything and like squeezing it and like being toxic about it and all of that. But it cannot also be, you know, you do whatever you want, I don't care, you know, because that's like I don't care. So it's like it's a balance there, I think, and it can be very hard because emotions are involved. Emotions are involved, and you can very easily hurt someone, hurt yourself without knowing it, or cause a whole bunch of problems. It's a tough point, but definitely balance there is not. I think there was like a metaphor. I think it's from Scrubs. It's actually a quote from Scrubs. I don't know if you ever watched this show. In what episode there is this couple, Turk and Carla, and they say like a lot. It's like meant to be a bit like a preaching in an annoying way, but there's some truth in it. They say like a love is like a flower. You can't squeeze it too much, otherwise you will crush it. But you can't even like let it go completely, otherwise it will just fall to the ground and die, you know. So it's a little bit like that, I guess. It's a little bit like that. Or I've always wanted a person I take serious with, like dating for marriage. I couldn't date someone and thinking, yeah, it will probably end one day. Yes, I mean, I guess it depends, right? It really depends. Like there are, if both of you want that, I'm not saying you should do it. I'm not saying you should do it, but if you're very clear about it, like we're just dating, honestly, sometimes you don't even really know why you're dating. I mean, in my case, like it's like music, right? Like I feel music with this person. I feel like there's a special connection. I don't really know where this is going, and life is complicated. Maybe you get this with like someone that is like 20 years older than you. How about that? That's tough. Like I really like love this person or like this person, but she's like 15 years older than me. Like how are we going to have a family? How are we going to like have children and things like that? That can be really tough. Or like maybe I have all these feelings with this person, but she's like from another country. It's like almost impossible for us to date because it means it's so complicated. Things are so complicated. Like life is never that easy that I think you can just go, okay, I'm gonna marry this person, unless like you've been with this person for like a lot of time, you know this person very well. It's like it's an important decision, right? So and if you start a relationship with this idea in mind, I fear you might put too much pressure on the other person as well. I mean, I don't know where you're from, and people are from different cultures, and different culture have different expectations. Like, for example, I know India is very conservative and they take relationships very, very seriously. The divorce percentage in India is extremely low. Very interesting stat. But because I think they put a lot of, you know, seriousness into marriage, but regardless of that, you risk putting pressure on the other person. If you go into a relationship with the idea of marrying, is like, what if the other person doesn't have the same idea? Why would you put that pressure on them? I think is better if it develops naturally. Like if naturally you both decide, okay, yes, we're right for each other, we should like marry. But then at the same time, while I think it should come up naturally and it should not be pressed or forced, and you should be very careful not to force this on the other person. It needs to be something that comes naturally. At the same time, I also get it, like I don't want to date to waste time, right? I don't want to date just to have another adventure. Like there's some wisdom in that as well. Like I don't want to waste my time, you know. I'm looking for like the special one, not just another low level hedonistic night or relationship. And there is some wisdom in that too. And again, I think it's a matter of balance. it's a issue of balance. You have to balance things and be careful not to put too much pressure on the other person, while also being serious and not an hedonistic moron. And there is some wisdom in actually having a relationship with serious intent, and not just with for fun purposes. Which is, if someone wants to just have it for fun purposes, that's fine. But I think it ruined the West heavily. I think the West has been ruined heavily by that idea, because nowadays I feel like relationships have no value whatsoever in the West. Everybody just focuses on the career, and divorce percentages are so high in the West. It's insane. In Portugal, I mean, this was from X. In Portugal, it's like 85%. What? At the moment they marry is like, it's over. It was a meme with like a person. I think it was the girl, with the girl like preparing a punch and giving it to another guy, and that was the picture, the video, and it was below the stat. 85% of people that marry in Portugal, they divorce. It's like, and the caption was, the moment they marry, and it's preparing the punch. At that point, I don't know what's, honestly, the stat is probably wrong. I don't think 85% seems incredibly high, but it's no news, there's no big shocking news that in the West divorces are over the roof, and it's because the society doesn't place a relationship in such a high regard as they used to, and it's not as sacred as it used to be. You're right, Henry. Thank you, Henry. Having flashback. I don't know. I'm not surprised. Yeah, we gotta start. That's Cristiano did not marry Georgia earlier. I mean, if I'm in Portugal, I'm not marrying for sure. I mean, if I look at those stats, I'm not marrying at all. Like, that's completely like. Yeah, but in India, divorces are culturally frowned upon. That's why we have lower percentages here. There are over 90% Indian arranged marriages when people are miserable but can't divorce. Yeah, I feel like that's the reason, right? In India, people take marriages so seriously that there is social pressure to now leave the marriage. And I don't know if it's if a marriage is toxic, even there it's like it's a hard question, right? Because if the marriage is toxic to a very unhealthy degree, then that marriage should not be. And they should divorce. But because it's making both miserable, it can even end up violently. Very horrible stuff can happen there, so they should divorce. But some cases are not that severe. Some cases might appear like the husband and the wife are not like functioning very well. But then something happened, or they finally have the conversation and things are solved. And there is an in-between where they could divorce. They could just divorce. Or they can solve the problem. And I feel like it's much easier to just, I mean, it depends, I guess. It depends on the law and the culture and all of that. But sometimes, these things are complicated, man. They're just really, really complicated. And I don't want people to be together if they shouldn't be together. But I think people should place more importance in the commitment and try everything to solve the problem if they can. Because it's a bit sad to see what relationship has become. But of course, I don't want anyone to be together if they don't want to. If it's toxic, if it's bad, it's just is what it is. But the problem is that society can't have both, right? Society can't say, because that's the problem. Like society either say you stay married no matter what, or it says doesn't matter if you're married, if the relationship is bad, you leave. It's like one of the two. because society in general tends to be so upfront on things. You know what I mean? Like an issue, society have almost no articulation of issues. It's like this is like wisdom. It's a bit of both. It's in between. The truth is in between. You can't. But what happens in society is usually that it's either left or right. Right? Politics. It's either this or that. It's this or that. No, maybe it's a bit in between, right? It's like maybe we should like figure out something better. But it's just such a complicated thing. Also because divorces has been for the most of humanity a taboo. Like for the most of humanity, divorces were a taboo. Like you look at Henry the Eighth, the king. You know, unless you're a king, and that was, you know, for the time was like a complete scandal. Divorces have been for the longest time like a taboo. And it's just in recent days that the West took the other way, which I think in many cases is better both for the men and for the women, because certain relationships are just really, really toxic and they end up very badly. But I think in between there are also relationships that were going badly, that could have been fixed, but they both give up. So it's hard, right? It's hard to strike a balance between those two things, especially since society is so black and white on these issues. I guess here in India, people are also very submissive to their parents. I don't know why, but they crave validation from the parents, even if that's making themselves miserable. Yeah, I get that. I have a lot of Indian friends, and I get that feeling. Yes, perhaps more so than other countries. Seriously, life always comes in infinite shades of gray. They are never black and white. Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, we're talking about an issue that really doesn't have an universal solution. Like, I wish I could just say, you know, just do this or just do that. The reality is that it is such a complicated issue because it depends on people. And every person is different, which means a potential infinite amount of cases. So either saying you should be married no matter what, and no, it doesn't matter if you're married, if the relationship is toxic, you should leave. Both are wrong in some cases, in some specific cases. Because of course you will have a very toxic couple that can end very badly and they should totally divorce. And then you can also have a couple that is toxic at the moment, but they can actually fix it. It's just that they both are either stubborn or, you know, have flaws and they don't want to fix it, so they are both lazy or whatever, and they just give up and divorce. It's just complicated. I don't think society has solved this, and I don't think it can even solve this because it's too complicated. So society just say one of the two, and recently the West have been saying more like, doesn't matter if you're married, just leave, as opposed to the other, and that produces different results. But society, I don't think it can really say something more complex than that because it's too complicated. And politicians have to have a talking point. They have to have a phrase, not a book explaining an issue. You know what I mean? It's just black and white, I feel like. In reality, life is just too complicated, much more complicated than this. How are you doing? Please start. Okay, I am. Enrico is so locked in. Actually, I was very pleased by you guys' answers. I mean, I was genuinely, and I want to shout out Eleanor, Asma, Eleanor, and Ria, and Anastasia for, I think there was maybe someone else, and Gary, for sharing for sharing all that you guys share, because I was actually kind of surprised by the stories that I was reading in chat, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe I'm talking about something important for you guys as well. Let's stay a few more minutes because it felt very meaningful to a lot of you. So I'm glad we had this conversation. Deep talks indeed. I mean, deep talks. We just had a talk that I think it was important for chat too. Look, if you have like a topic you want to bring up, by all means do. We can really just do this at the beginning or at the end, because during the stream the breaks are very short and we can like take You can't stay on a topic this long. It's just not possible. I mean, the stream is at 1 hour. Are you for real? I stayed 1 hour on this. Yeah. But shout out to all of you guys participating. I was just very surprised by seeing your response, and so I wanted to give it more time. Do a poll. I mean, that's not easy. Conversation was good though. Thanks. I do think so. I enjoyed it. I think it was meaningful. The level of how profound it is, it's really up to you. But I think it was meaningful. It felt meaningful. It was something I wanted to share, and I saw that it resonates with many people, especially those that I mentioned. And so thank you for participating in this conversation and for bringing your opinion on the table as well. Deep talks are the best breaks. It is true. All right, let's start now. I see people in Discord. Let's lock in now. We had our conversation, and it is now time to lock in and work. So best of luck, my friends. I don't know how many sessions I can do. I wrote 6, but if we do, since we're doing 50, not 50-10, but 60-10, I think it will likely be more like 5. Hi, Mayo. Where's Mayo? I don't see Mayo. I would have loved to hear Mayo's thoughts on this topic. I think Mayo would have been... She's like a very serious one, so Mayo would never date if the relationship wasn't like very serious, which is something I agree on. I think at one point you just date if you have serious intention with the person. But of course, you know, people are different and life is complicated. Okay, anyway, time to start. So best of luck, 60-10, and it's time to go. Good luck, guys. I'll see you in Discord if you want to join. Otherwise, let's just start. Good luck, you all. Let's be productive. I'm probably going to skip a few breaks. You know, I'm liking that. Best of luck. Let's do it. Here we go. Hello. Mayo! M E Y O. The nation was divided into 4 letters. M for man. E for hey. N for no. I think I... Y for yellow. And O for... Okay. 4 nations. 4 letters divided. Everybody was waiting for the return of the original Mayo, which will reunite all 4 letters. Will she come back? All nations are waiting. Okay, we understand you. Good, good, good. Guys, how would you rate the session and the day overall? Tell me about it. Tell me about cars, because I'm going now. That was 5 sessions. I'm going. I'm out. I could stay more, but honestly, I'm kind of out. I think I'm out. I did enough for today. I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully I start earlier tomorrow. I would like to start earlier because I started a bit late today. Legitimately, I started a bit late. I think, by the way, May, I think you will love Severance, the TV series. I think it's really good. I think you will like it. I have an exam tomorrow. Best of luck, Mayo. You got it. You got it, Mayo. Let's go. Best of luck. Original, here I am. There she is, guys. 6 out of 10, 8 out of 10. That's good. Stay. I'm sorry, guys. That's it for today. But I'll be back tomorrow for more. So tune in and I'll be here. You're wearing a Discord hoodie? Yeah, that's right. This is an official hoodie sent by all Discord partners. This is the partner symbol. I did not pay for this. This is the only payment I ever received by Discord after years. A hoodie, but it's pretty cool, so I'll take it. I want Discord hoodie too. I mean, you need to be a partner. This is, I don't think this is even on sale. I just sent it for free when the Discord study fan was approved. When the server was made partner, Discord partner, they sent it to me. It was a gift. I don't know if you can buy it. Maybe you can. Honestly, I don't know, but it was a gift. Has a YouTube ever sent me anything aside from the play button? Multiple panic attacks, depression, life crisis, and suicide thoughts. So yes, YouTube sent me many more things than Discord. So many more. Thank you, YouTube. Take them for your team. What team we're talking about? I can't. I wish I could buy them one, but I can't. Like, this was sent to one person, and I couldn't send it to multiple ones. YouTube tried to prepare me for life. Yes, pretty much. I mean, it cannot possibly be worse than this. It shattered my personality. It shattered my being. Sent me into the darkest spirit of my entire life. Thank you, YouTube. Is the stream ending now? Yes, I'm going, guys. Guys, I always finish by sending a hug and a good night to all of you because you're amazing. Then double hug to people still here this very moment because you're double amazing. And that is Sophie, Liz, Steffi, Mayo, Ha, and the Hajar. And then triple shout out to my boys and girls in Discord this very moment. The amazing legend, Angelus. I salute you, my man. Bank, ISM, Max, Steffi, and of course, Mayo! The legendary sauce, which will reunite all the nations of the Letter Island. They were all waiting for her, for the avatar, Mayo, who could use all letters. One day, she will save the nation from the oppressive O nation. The O nation is evil. Okay. Alright, guys. I'll go now. I am witch. Shh. Stop it. You're not. Alright, guys. But you try, though. You try very hard to, even though you're not. He's amazing. Okay, enough. Best of luck, guys, if you continue. Otherwise, I'll see you all tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day. Alright, guys. See you tomorrow. I'll try to stream more. More productivity tomorrow. See you tomorrow, folks. Bye-bye. Love you all. Bye-bye. Peace.